last chance to look at me, Hector. This should make you feel better.
How unprofessional.
By the way, Denton, stay out of the ladies' restroom. That kind of activity embarrasses the agency more than it does you.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Respawn Roast Cantina. We're on number 30. Let's go. So pumped. I apologize for being awfully late and leggy. A little slow moving this morning. That's all. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well today. Hope everyone's doing well. We are not for lack of news, that's for damn sure. It's just what it comes down to sometimes is just, what the heck do we go into? What do we got? What's the jumping into point here? Well, you know. But yeah, so just so we are just kind of moving right along, shall we just jump right into it this morning? Here we are with this day in gaming. Bada boom, bada bing. It's kind of a short list today, so it makes it a bit easy from what I could see. 45 years ago, 1981, PC. I was kind of curious when I saw this just at the top here. It's just like, what did this mean? PC computers in general? Like, I guess, yeah, also known Windows all the way up through to MS-DOS, the start of it. That's apparently all she wrote. It's just, yeah, PC computers. That was their kicking off point. If we are to go by GameFAQs here. And then we have 38 years ago, 1988 in Japan, Famicom Wars. Famicom Wars is a strategy simulation game released on August 12th, 1988. Checked. Players command either the Red Star Army or the Blue Moon Army to fight enemy forces, produce different units, and march for victory. I'm kind of curious the looks of this. Okay, very. What's funny too that this is kind of making me, even though this is the NES, but some of this is kind of, if you've ever seen gameplay of Super Godzilla on the Super Nintendo, it's kind of got the same overview grid and all that, and that's how you kind of move Godzilla around. This is these different grid patterns and stuff like that. Maybe that's where they kind of took it from. Well, that just looks unfair. So there you go on that one. We got The Adventures of Bayou Billy. Oh, that sounds you're a raging Cajun. Let's go. On the tale of a swamp rat. For the first time ever, 3 of the most awesome action-adventure experiences explode into one mean swamp-stomping adventure. From zapping mobsters and wrestling gators in muddy marshes to chasing through the streets of New Orleans, driving and shooting in your road-hugging 4-wheel drive doom machine, you're up against it all. Yeah! That gangster king of Bourbon Street has snatched your best girl, pretty little Annabelle, the sweetest honey around, and run her off to this heavily armed estate at plantation with perils and pitfalls. So muster up courage and sharpen your foot-long blade. It's time to go hunting. But if you ain't careful, prey will eat you alive. I guarantee. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great. Let's check out Bayou Billy here. Who is Konami? Billy, I'm taking Annabelle away. Let's see if you have what it takes to get her. I'm just with Bayou Bill. Wait, oh, is this like a let's see. Bayou Billy and his namesake Swamp are heavily featured in How's Bayou, the second episode of Captain and the Game Master. What? Fittingly, the premise revolves around how Kevin can't beat the game due to its difficulty. Billy and his pet gator later cameo in the episode Having a Ball. Oh, that's great. That's great. But it looks like I mean, from that first screen. Okay, so it looks like it's a. All right. So it's the side scroller and stuff like that. Action, yeah. That first shot though, it looked like it was like maybe like one of those light gun games or something. Let's see. We got Formula 1, 1993 on the Genesis. Panorama Cotton, 32 years ago on the Genesis. Wild Guns, Super Nintendo, 32 years ago. If it's the game I'm thinking of. No, wait, no, different. Now I'm trying to think of which one I am thinking of, but this ain't it. The other one I was thinking of had like, I think four different characters you could play as, not just two. Well, look here, little lady, I don't think you should be going around shooting like that. It's a job for men. But what are you gonna do? Damn, fighting giant mechs and everything. That's a version of the Wild West I'm not familiar with. Let's see here. We have Madden NFL 2003, 24 years ago, because it released in 2002. Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX. All the pro. We had Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. I got Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX. So was there any other pro games out there? NFL Blitz 2002, Game Boy Advance, GameCube, PlayStation. NFL Blitz was awesome. That like I always reference that game as like, if you're gonna make a sports game, you got to do it over the top. And Blitz is one of those styles of games you could absolutely, especially if you're trying to still keep maybe like the same teams and stuff like that. Like all right, fine. If you don't want to go completely fantastical. But like I mean, come on, let's have some fun with the sports games too, guys, please. I mean, I understand, like, all right, yeah, you have the other ones for your simulations and crap like that, fine, but you gotta do the fun ones. Come on. King of Fighters Maximum Impact 22 years ago. PlayStation 2. Bang I.O. Sports? Oh, Spirits, sorry. 18 years ago. Also 18 years ago is Madden NFL 09. Trials HD. Hammer Watch, 13 years ago. Mitsurugi Kamui Hikei. On the PC. With a name like that, you'd figure it would have been on one of the consoles. 13 years ago. Akiba's Trip Undead and Undressed. Oh, 12 years ago. Hohokum, 12 years ago. Ryzen 3 Titan Lords. I think I've heard of this series, the Ryzen series. kind of... Huh. Looks interesting. Got you on a ship and everything. You be pirates in this one. Huh. I even got some customization here. Or at least some equipment equipping. Clothing equipping, whatever. Explore a world abandoned by the gods and full of enemies and dangers. Robbed of your soul, and you'll need powerful allies to rise up against the rampaging titans. Decide on 1 of 3 legendary factions to help you on your quest, but choose your path carefully as your actions will have consequences. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Silent Hills, PlayStation 4, 12 years ago. Silent Hills. Oh, that's the PT. The whole okay. The Kojimbo's little test tech demo or whatever. Silent Hills is an action adventure game developed by Kojima Productions and published by Konami, which was canceled before it was released. All they got was that demo that everybody was so hard for. And now you apparently cannot get it at all unless you still had it on your machine downloaded. Let's see here. We got it. Anodyne 2 Return to Dust 7 years ago. Foreclosed 5 years ago. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel Dawn of the Battle Royale 5 years ago. Fallen City Brawl 1 year ago. And today, Pro Jank Footy. Pro Jank Footy is an absurd and over-the-top arcade sports game. Oh, speaking of over-the-top sports games, let's go. Score a goal. Your opponent picks a game-changing power-up. Hinder your opponents. Increase your footy abilities with powers that give your team strong legs and turn gameplay completely on its head by transforming everyone into footballs. The choice is yours. Outplay, outkick, and outjank your mates in local multiplayer, or if you're shy, conquer single-player season mode. No? Well, it's on PC, so that begs the question. Let's see here. Pro Jank. Yep, okay, there it is. We'll take a look at this really quick. For a newly released game today, why not?
Footy, footy, footy! I love footy! I love you too!
What the hell?
Oh, what?
Oh!
Project Footy, a game where you have fun, it's roguelike, lots of stuff happens, it's Aussie rules, this is where the game footage goes.
Aussie rules, but Australia isn't a real place.
Project Footy.
Oh, this game's pretty weird, hey?
But that explains why it's so freaking bizarre look. And then we got more of that classic. Is yeah, what the? You got a car on the field. Select power cards. Teleport. Through boundary. Foam footy. Long range kicks. Dad's car. Oh, joins the team. Oh my god. You get attacked by the DVD video logo. It looks like pure chaos on the field, too. Oh Lord, that looks insanely just insane. Let's see here. Pro Jank Footy is a fast-paced, over-the-top arcade sports game where you're constantly redefining the rules of Aussie rules footy. Simply score a goal, your opponent picks a game-changing power-up. Power-ups either hinder your opponents, make your team better, or change the rules of the game. Double the amount of players on your team. Jesus, that's why the field looked occasionally just so freaking packed. Remove the umpires, play as a seagull, put goalposts all around the oval, or even turn the gameplay completely on its head, transforming everyone into footballs. The choice is yours. Play against your mates in local multiplayer and online, or conquer the single player season mode. Don't even know Aussie rules is even better. World-class comedy. With commentating from Auntie Donna's Broden Kelly and creative minds of David Ashby and Dario Russo behind cult TV series Danger 5 and Italian Spider-Man, driving the humor, Pro Jank Footy is jam-packed with comedy, charm, and celebrates our oddball Australian footy culture while you guys still have it. It's going away. Features roguelike gameplay. Every goal scored lets your opponent choose from 150 ridiculous power-ups that completely alter the match, or play normal footy for simple arcade. Arcade footy with no power-ups, versus modes. Best way to experience Pro Jank Footy: challenge your mates in couch co-op and online play, or go solo and face off against the AI. Lead your team through a full season with deck building mechanics, gaining new janky powers as you defeat each team. Retro arcade nostalgia inspired by classic 90s sports games, blending pixel perfect action with buttery smooth modern gameplay. Uniquely Australian. Aussie rules meets Aussie humor. It's chaotic, unpredictable, and probably embraces Australia's culture. Well, I'll be darned. Like I said, enjoy it while you can, guys. It looks silly, looks stupid, looks over the top, and I don't know much about the whole... what was that? I did watch one Australian show. I forget what the hell it was called though now. It's the one where the guy sees dogs and stuff in basically like they're in a costume. But they did an American version with Elijah Wood. But I checked out the Australian one, and the Australian one just seemed completely fucked. I'm just trying to remember the name of the damn show. So I think it was even like something different in Australia, but closely the same. But in the show, like in the show with Elijah Wood, it was more the guy in the dog costume was more of a figment of his imagination, while in the Australian show, that was how a lot of animals showed up, with people in costumes. God damn it, where the hell? It's a problem when I forget this. Say what? Oh, Wilfred. Wilfred was the show with Elijah Wood. That was the. And then let me. Because, like I said, there was then. Hang on. Oh, okay. So it is even this. I thought it was under a different name for the Australian version, but it's the same thing. Weird fucking show. Weird fucking show. Hey, Dan Blackroyd. He brought in with the name Wilfred as well. I didn't see you there. Sorry. I was my attention was tied. It says the Aussie version was much funnier. It was something. It was something. I remember watching it, and it was just like the pilots were kind of similar between each other, but from what I remember, and it's been a while since I watched it, like it got really fucking weird. I think just the whole like thing of all the animals in costumes, or basically looking like people in costumes, just kind of was like, holy shit. And the Elijah Wood version, I don't know if you'd say it was darker. I mean, the way it started certainly was fucking dark, or kind of like a dark comedy almost. It was weird. All I can say, this shit was weird. And here you go, some Aussie footy ball, an over-the-top style sports game. I'm adding it to my wish list because, hey, never know down the line. Oh, it's planned for release. Oh, it's today. It unlocks in 10 hours from recording this stream. So there you go. There you go. Always fun to discover what new games are coming to boot. Alrighty, let's move things right along here. So this article that I'm going to be bringing up here was found thanks to the Melees over at Melee Games, Kay and James. She found this through the Wayback Machine, and it was an article that was from this year, July 22nd, 2026, but for all intents and purposes, as at least for certainly a lot of the silly little circles that I follow, has not quite been making the rounds as you would think with something as this. But it's interesting, and you might go, well, what does this have to do with video games? It gets into it. It does get into it because certain things shift. So here we go. California's civil rights mafia. Gavin Newsom is running a shakedown campaign against major companies. In 2018, two women filed a class action suit against Riot Games, the video game colossus responsible for League of Legends, Valorant, and other popular titles. They claimed that the company had denied them and other female employees equal pay, favored men for promotions, and created a hostile work environment. The women wanted Riot Games to pay out and to cause social change. As things have kind of just gone on, the commingling of women within companies and stuff like that is just kind of proven to be a bit disastrous. Because the thing is that as things have gone on, the studies that have been like conducted is like both the two sexes work in different ways. One requiring a little more time, while the other is, so oftentimes, work a little more harder, pushing forward a little bit differently, and you can't help certain biological things when it comes to the other side. They do have, for pregnancy, time off and stuff like that. There's just differences. But this forced bullshit is just ridiculous. Anyways, going on. 1 year later, the parties agreed to a $10 million settlement. It was a massive sum, but not enough for California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing, which intervened to block the agreement and claimed that Riot Games could be on the hook for a staggering $400 million. Why were companies going to California for freaks? I mean, there's a lot of them leaving, but we had even Sony, for God's sakes, Sony PlayStation going and putting a headquarters in California. Why in God's great earth would you do such a thing? Facing court battle against a deep-pocketed state agency, Riot Games later agreed to a $100 million settlement. Jesus Christ. About 10 times the original amount. California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing, now called the Civil Rights Department, Jesus, has turned the Riot Game strategy into an entire playbook. And if you aren't from, I mean, if you haven't been paying attention to too many controversies within the gaming industry, this is where it started, folks. All to squeeze out every bit of money. For years, the state civil rights apparatus has enabled nonprofits and lawyers to shake down major companies, spinning small dollar claims into massive multi-million dollar settlements. The system operates like a mafia. Its Don, Governor Gavin Newsom, sits at the top. His capo CRD director, Kevin Kish, runs the shakedown campaigns, and the state advances the interests of the entire democratic apparatus. The Civil Rights Department secures settlement cash for radical NGOs. Labor leaders can use the cases to create pressure for unionization, and left-wing lawyers cause social change at scale. For the first time, we are revealing the inner workings of California's civil rights mafia and exposing the corruption of state government. California's Civil Rights Department was created. Hey, Joker, how's it going? Yes, Gavin Newscum. Why isn't that showing up? Oh, stupid YouTube censored you, bro. I see you on the on my ground control here through Stream Elements, but and then he says, by the way, good morning to you. YouTube being YouTube, and oh wait, hang on. That's why I had the top chat was not showing, but now I see it on the YouTube side. Well, good morning to you too, sir. Where the hell was I? California Civil Rights Department was created in 1980 as the Department of Fair Employment and Housing. The department was initially tasked with enforcing non-discrimination law, but in the wake of the #MeToo and George Floyd social movements, the state's power structure saw an opportunity to turn the agency into a powerhouse. They rebranded the organization as the Civil Rights Department in 2022. In keeping with the agency's focus on shaking down companies for civil rights violations, quote unquote, the shakedown campaigns have been remarkably successful. That's a shame. But then you're in California. You're screwed coming and going on that one. Alone, the CRD has coursed corporations like Microsoft for $14 million, Snap Inc. $15 million, and Riot Games $100 million to shell out 8- and 9-figure payments. These settlements have variously included provisions for class members, interest groups, and the CRD itself, which is allowed by state law to recoup fees associated with his prosecutions, which is why it said you had them intervene during this $10 million shakedown to go, oh, no, you deserve more. You deserve so much more than that. And you need to get more than that, so then we can also recoup some of our fees there. You got to give us our cut here. Oh God. The CRD's enforcement actions often include one or more predictable features. First, the CRD finds a handful of women or minorities who claim that a large corporation has mistreated them. Then the agency initiates or intervenes in an action against that corporation. Finally, to spin small dollar claims into massive payouts, the CRD generates outrageous liability estimates, which goad the company to the negotiation table. The point man on this scheme is Kevin Kish, a Yale Law School graduate and CRD's director. On his website, the agency notes Kish's reputation for taking a creative approach to advocacy, which involves collaborations with nonprofits and organizing campaigns. In other words, using the department to advance the interests of unions, nonprofits, and left-wing groups. Kish mastered this approach during his time in the progressive legal movement. Before starting in state government, he worked as a director of employment rights project for Bet Zedek legal service, where in one instance he helped turn a small-time wage and hour case into a multi-million settlement against Walmart and one of its contractors. Apparently pleased with Kish's efforts, then Governor Jerry Brown appointed him to lead the Department of Fair Employment and Housing in late 2014. And then we got the gay activist celebrated his appointment, with one LGBT group calling Kish a strong and passionate legal champion. Right, damn Black Raid. Same stuff with Hollywood. It's all run by lawyers, not agents or executives. Joker living in Nevada. I'm waiting for the earthquake to drop California into the ocean. Results: beachfront property. Yep. Prepare for things to skyrocket. We've all been waiting for that one, and I'm glad I'm out too. So it's like, all right, by all means, let it crash into the sea. In his first few years at the DFEH, Kish oversaw several small-time suits. In 2015, he got a Mexican restaurant chain to cough up. Wow, you even went after a Mexican chain restaurant. Cough up $130,000 then in 2017, he induced a rural welfare nonprofit to shell out $152,000. Then in 2019, he intervened in Riot Games' case, which later delivered a 9-figure payout and apparently encouraged him to expand his ambitions. For Kish, who has argued that, quote, there is almost no... there is almost no adult transgender person who has not experienced some form of discrimination. The role represents an opportunity to enforce his broad understanding of quote-unquote hate. I'm hang on. I'm gonna look at something. Let's see here. Where is this? Hang on. All right. I love it. I look for this guy and I do get Kevin Nash in a list. What are you telling me? This guy doesn't even have his own wiki page? Why is that? What are you hiding from? I'm shocked here. What's going on? Why hide? Let's see if I can find. Let's see. Not easy to look up what I was looking for. Anyways, back to this. Let's see, where was I? Yeah. By 2021, Kish had perfected the shakedown model and picked a new target. Activision Blizzard, the video game giant that owns titles like World of Warcraft and Call of Duty. The CRD sued the company, alleging, among other things, that it had discriminated against female employees and cultivated a frat boy culture, which was just basically guys being guys, And if you want a good deep dive, a good real kind of autistic deep dive, over on the Melee Games, their recent podcast, Melee Madness podcast, they did a whole deep dive into that whole allegation and stuff like that, and also just then the kind of culture and the way like it was before where we had the mass influx of other people joining the gaming community for development and stuff like that. Anyway, according to a criminal referral that we obtained, which was filed by a group tied to a former Activision CEO, good old Bobby Kotick there, the pretext for the department's action was an earlier federal complaint which concluded that charging Activision would, quote, send a message to the industry as a whole. The original class action suit included just 10 of Activision's more than... So the original class action suit included just 10 of Activision's more than 9,000 employees. Just 10. That's all it took. Just 10 out of 9,000. Who would have thought? You'd think you would need a little more of a bigger pool. The complaint claimed, among other things, that, quote, only about 20% of the company's employees were female. That some of its employees riffed, quote, about their sexual encounters, which is even fucking women will do that sort of shit too. They just talk about it maybe a little bit differently. Like, I remember when my mom was still working, she talked about the way that her female coworkers talked all the time about that sort of shit and other things. Like, she's like, she's like, it was almost to the point where she's like, there's sailors with more clean, that are more behaved than these women are. And that a female employee had committed suicide, potentially in connection with an alleged relationship with a supervisor, which again, the Melees jumped into this and discovered, you know, that it was first said it was on a camping trip, but when in fact it was actually during a retreat to Disneyland when she committed suicide. And that there was a whole situation where then, I don't know if this goes into it, Activision initially tried to placate the CRD. Kotick reportedly pledged to add resources to ensure that Activision Blizzard's hiring practices are more diverse. The company's then president, J. Allen Brack, said that he disdained bro culture. Bro culture is what got you where you got, you piece of shit. Like, just men coming together, creating something that they want to see brought to life. That's your bro culture. That's it's the soft little fucking nerds that these are the people that definitely were probably bullied and couldn't handle it. So once they got a little bit of taste of power and crap like that, they decided to take it out on everybody else, and that's what's happening with this shit. And had spent his career fighting against it, quote unquote. Activision apparently even offered paid time off to workers who wanted to participate in a staged walkout. Good God. Damn, Black Red Lex was right. Hello, Tehalim29. How's it going? Joker, Superman, next time, don't stop the missiles. Joker, Kevin Nash, Big Sexy, Big Daddy Cool, Diesel. Joker, he's probably friends with Anita. Anita Sarkeesian comes up sometimes way too often when it comes to gaming discussions, and it's like, I want that bitch just to go away so bad. Just go, vanish, poof, bye, bye, bye. Hail to you, Dash. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. We're starting out a little heavy today. It didn't work. In fact, things got worse. Later that year, sensing the company's vulnerability, a labor union called the Communication Workers of America, CWA, filed a suit with the National Labor Relations Board. The union accused the company of trying to prevent workers from demanding a, quote, more equitable, sustainable, and diverse workplace. Okay. The CRD and the CWA had shared ambitions to punish and unionize Activision and even hired the same law firm. Kish's CRD hired the same firm, Outen and Golden, that represented the CWA in another suit. The firm's lawyers said that he believed that it was first time the state of California has retained a private firm to prosecute employment law claims in trial court. In quote to a question about Outen and Gold, CRDA pointed us to a ruling in California's attorney administrative law judges and hearing officers in State Employment v. California State Personal Board. This is where I need somebody like Brad, I swear to God. In September, the Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission brought its own misconduct suit against Activision. The agency claimed, among other things, that Activision had exposed female employees to sexual harassment. The two sides agreed to an $18 million settlement. Jesus Christ. But the CRD wasn't satisfied. No. Why would they be? Well, they've already gotten more than that before. Kish saw an opportunity for $1 billion shakedown. Under his direction, the CRD moved to block the 8-figure settlement with the federal government, reportedly arguing that it, quote, was monetarily inadequate and contrary to public policy. Their bid proved unsuccessful. A federal court denied the CRD's requested intervention, and the settlement took effect the following March. God damn. By this point, Activision had already agreed to pay nearly $20 million and declared its intention to change its policies and performance review system. But Kish apparently wanted to inflict more damage on the company. The Wall Street Journal reported that sometime in 2021, the CRD estimated that Activision was responsible for nearly $1 billion in damage. An outrageous sum. It was right. What the? This is where just sometimes you sometimes can't blame people for just how much they feel like the justice system is just completely fucked and they have no faith in it anymore. Like when you have these parasites out there that are gouging, like there are companies that I'm sure that try to do well by their workers and stuff like that, and there are the companies that are just complete dirt bags and do everything they can just to maximize their own personal pocketbook. And those this is like a whole situation where it's like they will go and make the most sensational news with things when it does come to bad cops, which yes, you should put a spotlight on that, but they don't then spotlight the good ones either. And we you don't get, but and then like when you got things like this going on, you then it starts to be like, why do some of these corporations have such stupid policies and all this stupid bullshit tied to it? Because of assholes like this. Despite the federal settlement, the CRD continued its lawsuit, and other elements of the shakedown campaign came to life. In November, then Journal reporter Kirsten Grind and others alleged that Kodak failed to disclose alleged sexual misconduct committed against female employees. The company's stock price fell 8% within a month. Some Activision executives and other allies suspected that the state colluded with the press. I mean, God. What was Activision could have been doing? All I know I ever saw when it was this stuff going on with the sexual allegations and stuff like that, it was slamming Activision. There was nothing colluding or positive going on for them at the time. What are you talking about? Same legal filing where we obtained claimed that the Grind is a CWA affiliated union member and had contacted Jeanette Whipper, the CRD attorney overseeing the Activision case under Kish, in hopes of having an quote-unquote important conversation further off the record. Grind and co-author gloated that after her report, quote, some employees and investors called for Kodak's ouster, and Microsoft saw an opportunity to make a deal to buy Activision. When we asked Grind, now with the New York Times, for comment on this story, she suggested that we reach out to the Wall Street Journal. Activision executives wanted to fight back. Under the pressure from the state, the unions, and the media, the company hired 3 lobbyists, Greg Campbell, Dana Williamson, and according to a source familiar with the case, Alexis Podesta. In early 2022, the tide began to turn. In March, Newsom's office fired Whipper. Notably, she was fired on the same day that a federal court approved the EEOC settlement, which our source interpreted as a sign that the governor's office was feeling pressure and wanted the case to go away. Less than a month later, Whipper's subordinate, Melanie Proctor, resigned in protest, claiming that Newsom's office had, quote, reportedly demanded advance notice of litigation strategy and of next steps in the litigation. Eventually, Kish scaled back his demands. In December 2023, Activision settled for $55 million. Oh, darn, you didn't get that that extra what, 6-figure settlement out of them? Wait, no, that's more. Crap, my brain. He didn't get that extra bit of money this time, huh? Oh no. Didn't get that 100 million or anything. In the settlement agreement, the state concealed that no court or any independent investigation has substantiated allegations of systemic harassment, but the company likely signed the deal to make the lawsuit go away. Well, yeah, because you have people like Jason Schreier out there who's been hawking this one and was certainly going out of his way to promote his book about the Blizzard Activision allegations and stuff like that, with nothing substantiated and everything like that. So yeah, you got your little goblins out there doing their jobs. The government had not proved its case, but still managed to shake down its mark for tens of millions of dollars. The Civil Rights Department made sure to spread the winnings around. In the settlement, Activision agreed to deliver a handsome reward to the CRD's NGO foot soldiers. The court required the company to send up to about $9 million to the CRD. And out in gold, the CWA's former counsel, the rest of the $55 million was supposedly reserved for affected workers, but any leftover funds not claimed by those workers would support future shakedowns. Specifically, CRD selected organizations that, quote, promote employment rights for workers in California and or advance the interests of women workers in technology industries. The unions have their victory too. In October 2023, Microsoft acquired Activision for $75.4 billion after agreeing to a host of labor provisions. The CWA required the merger a massive success, boasting that it provided a clear path to collective bargaining for almost 10,000 workers. Hey, and guess what now? A lot of those workers are getting laid off. At least certainly on the Microsoft side. I haven't heard too much about Activision right now, but I'm sure they're getting their layoffs as well. With the final settlement agreement, the Activision story appeared to be over, but another storyline was brewing beneath the surface, raising serious questions about the Newsom administration. The story involves Dana Williamson, the one-time Activision lobbyist who, in January 2023, while the Activision litigation was ongoing, became Governor Newsom's chief of staff. No conflict of interest there. No. During her time in the governor's office, Williamson kept tabs on the Activision case. According to a source with detailed knowledge of the case, the governor sent a text message to Kotick, which we reviewed 1 week after the December 2023 settlement, sharing gratitude that the saga was finally over. January 2024, according to the source in government records obtained by the whistleblower Melanie Proctor, Kotick met with Williamson and former Activision lobbyist Alexa Podesta in the governor's office. According to the source, Kotick and then retired as Activision CEO, sat down with Williamson to discuss clearing Activision's name. After all, the state had admitted that it had found no evidence of systemic harassment. But they're not going to admit that. I swear, it's like those idiots that'll think that, you know, Disney will admit any wrongdoings as well. No, not even the goddamn government will ever admit that either. Jesus Christ. The source who spoke on the condition of anonymity claims that midway through the meeting, Newsom stepped into the room, engaged in conversation, and unprovoked, said that he would fire Kish. Newsom's office did not respond to our request for comment about these allegations. Williamson apparently believed him. In November 2025, Williamson was indicted on a suit of federal corruption charges, including bank and wire fraud. Oh no. According to court documents, Williamson conspired with Greg Campbell, another former Activision lobbyist, to siphon money from a dormant campaign account to pay a third party. She and Campbell were both convicted, with Williamson pleading guilty to multiple fraud counts and lying to federal agents. Oh. The alleged corruption was not related to Activision, but the indictment contained a transcript of a conversation between Williamson and Podesta, the former Activision lobbyist and unindicted co-conspirator, that sheds light on Newsom's potential involvement in the civil rights mafia. In a conversation that occurred, quote, in or about June 2024, prosecutors said Williamson discussed a public record request related to a corporation's, quote, litigation with the state. When Podesta asked Williamson if a state employee connected to the litigation would be fired, she said, he sure will. According to multiple outlets and our review of the evidence, the corporation in question was almost certainly Activision. And we can report for the first time that the official in question was likely head of the Civil Rights Department. In other words, Williamson appeared to have told her alleged co-conspirator that as late as of June 2024, Governor Newsom was planning to fire Kevin Kish. The Kish firing, however, never materialized. Kish remains the director of the Civil Rights Department, and more shakedown campaigns are in the pipeline. This will raise a question. Why is Newsom enabling this racket? Why wouldn't he? If anybody is smart enough to know that they can use this just to gain control over these companies and corporations and stuff like that, once they have control of them, then they control the narratives, they control what they produce and everything like that, who's in those positions, and, further on. That's the thing with these fucking liberals, is that they're more than happy and willing to do this, while you got the right that won't do jack fucking shit to gain any kind of control and whatnot. That's completely pussy whipped. That's fine. It's fine. One story is that Newsom sympathizes with Kish and wants to punish corporations like the Activision, which in his mind are stand-ins for his political enemies. Another theory is that Newsom has always allowed bad behavior to fester around him at arm's length. Throughout Newsom's career, people in his orbit have been arrested for corruption, including most recently his chief of staff. Perhaps Newsom tolerates Kish's bull in China shop approach because he simply lacks the will to stop it. The most likely explanation, however, is that Newsom will do whatever is politically expedient. Under this theory, Newsom might have promised to fire Kish to placate Williamson or corporate interests, then renege on that promise to placate the unions and the activist groups. Throughout his career, Newsom has been willing to reverse his position if he believes that it is in his immediate interest. I mean, if you want a two-faced snake, well, there you fucking go. Newsom's office did not respond to our request for comment on this story. The Civil Rights Department told us that they, quote, take every complaint we receive seriously and evaluate them individually for further action based on the specific facts and circumstances. If anything, Kish operated under even less restraint. The CRD has now set its sights on the largest target of all, Tesla CEO Elon Musk. In 2022, the department sued Tesla, alleging racial discrimination and harassment. Kish apparently hopes to go much further than in his campaigns against Riot Games, Snap, and Activision. According to a source familiar with the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity, Kish is hoping to shake down Tesla for up to $6 billion. Unlike those other firms, however, Tesla hasn't settled and is taking its chances in court. If Tesla succeeds in fighting these allegations, its resistance could provide a model for future targets of the state's racket. If it fails, it will show that no company, no matter how powerful, can outrun the coordinated campaigns of California's civil rights mafia. So yeah, one hell of a thing. It's not surprising at all, but it certainly gives the blueprints of why, like it is, these Riot and Activision Blizzard have been hit so fucking hard as they have been. The sad thing is that this sort of stuff is just allowed to propagate, and I mean, you have when you have stuff like this running rampant too, it really does go like, how is it that people are still so hardcore backing even the people in power that were claiming that they were going to be auditing all these sort of things and going after them and taking them down and yada 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 yada. I'm sorry, these things are still like it is. Tesla's basically the next one in the sights. Maybe they'll win, maybe they won't. Who knows? We'll I guess eventually we'll hear about it. But still just allowed to move along as they see fit, being able to shake down and racketeer as they damn well please, getting big sums of payments out of these people, giving the little bits to the quote unquote people that are, the little folk that are part of the claims and stuff like that have been apparently directly affected. They said they were getting the whole little government, and I mean, isn't that? No, I won't ever claim to be a smart man or nothing, but with a government agency like this, doesn't that feel a little weird, a little odd, a little intrusive? But I guess that's just the separation of church and state that's supposed to be that. That's certainly what enough people try and hark on about. This just feels a little weird. But yeah, so I found this a very interesting article when the Melees were talking about it, with their whole overview too of going into the allegations against Activision and Blizzard. Like I said, definitely check out their podcast about it, which was, hang on. So it was the Melee Madness podcast, episode 67, Conspiracy of Hate. Check it out. Like I said, they had a big segment. They have it time stamped, so you can jump right into it if you want to. They get into the details with Activision and Blizzard, and especially Jason Schreier and his bullshit with his book and stuff like that. And I mean, this is just furthering why Activision was targeted. Whether there was wrongdoing or not, there was nothing really substantiated by the sounds of it, and all they were going for was just that the company was just going to do the payout so they wouldn't have to worry about it. Damn, Black Red. Blizzard has sucked ever since World of Warcraft. Activision just made it 10 times worse. For some people, there were people that absolutely loved and adored World of Warcraft. I wasn't necessarily one of those people. I've later played like it is, one of the private servers, which it's been entertaining. But I've never understood the crazy appeal to it. But yeah, like Blizzard just sank all of their efforts into World of Warcraft, and you weren't seeing much for anything else other than, like, I mean, I think we'd finally gotten like StarCraft 2, and then of course they've done some of their other things, Heroes of the Storm. But yeah, it's not been quite the same. Diablo 3 is not that good. I don't care what Jay Hitman says. It'll still be Diablo 2 is the GOAT. But yeah, so I thought this was really just insanely like illuminating of what's been going on. And certainly for California, it's like, it is as if I didn't already loathe my former home state enough. They certainly find reasons to make me loathe it even more and be glad I got the hell out of there when I did. But it's funny also hearing that even the former Governor Jerry Brown was even kind of colluding with this nonsense, allegedly. But no surprise with old news scum there. But yeah, so like I said, I thought this was quite the topic and a heavy one to kind of kick things off, but figure gotta pull that band-aid, you know? So yeah. Ugh, whew. All right, just want to make sure I save this really quick. Bada boom, bada bing. All right. Okie dokie. So, Chad, how you doing? How you doing right now? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Sorry for that bit of a I don't know if a downer, but definitely certainly a kick in the pants for a topic for sure. Not always fun. Not always fun. Okay. Let's see. Where shall we jump into? Okay. So, as you know, I think I promoted basically, more or less, but certainly got into the game Retro Rewind Video Store Simulator. And I still enjoyed it. I've kind of taken a little bit of a break from it because I played it pretty heavy, and I did get all the achievements for it even. Wasn't difficult, thankfully, but they've been doing updates and stuff like that, and they've even got some more things in line for what's to come for the game. And this one, I'm going into one update first, which was from June 22nd, 2026. And so first, what they're going to be talking about, renting VHS players and more. 4 extra player levels, sweet decorations, and new movies. Hi there, video store entrepreneurs. It's been a little over a month since our last update, and we're back with more exciting post-launch content. Our current goal is to focus on rolling out individual features and various content as we work towards the major video game update coming in a few months, which that's going to be the next thing I'm going to talk about. Let's dive into today's patch note. We'll avoid the patch notes, but anyways, system rentals. Starting today, your video stores can now rent out VHS players. I need to jump back in. It's been a hot minute. Once you reach the required player level, you'll be able to unlock the system rental shelf located in the back store. Order VHS players from the catalog, place them on the shelf, and customers will ask to rent them out at the help desk. When a VHS player is returned, be sure to test it at the testing station. Like Like your movies, not all customers will handle your equipment with care, and no one wants to rent out a broken machine. Oh, and no, you can't rent out VCR machines. What? We wouldn't want customers recording the tapes they rent, now would we? Just letting you know, the system rental feature will also support gaming console rentals in the future. Once the video game update arrives, stay tuned. So they had the 4 new store levels and extra decorations. With this new patch, we've expanded the store level unlock board in the office. We've added 4 new player levels, each packed with exciting unlocks. The system rental feature, a toy shelf for selling awesome 90s collectibles. God damn it. A packet, it's like the early Funko Pop shit. Like, you got the Trolls, and there's the Ninja Turtle stuff. A packaged concession shelf and a retro pinball machine to go along with your arcade collection. We're also planning to continue expanding the level system with future content updates, bringing even more unlocks as the game evolves. We've also added more decorations. The new additions include ceiling fans, large rugs, and an awesome new arcade machine. So they have 4 new releases added. It wouldn't be a retro rewind content without any new movie releases. 4 new films have been added to the game. Can you guess what they are? And then it did have some community highlights here for some of other people's stores. This is like seeing some of these. I was like, oh wow. Like this one in particular, just the way they've got it kind of organized with the inline and everything like that. I'm like, I've been trying to think of ways to kind of like change up my own. Cause I'm trying to recreate that feeling myself from when I used to go to certain, like the mom and pop rental shops. This is kind of like what this is emulating, and just the way they used to organize the inside of the stores. And this is kind of like what I've been trying to remember, and just the way they do have it all kind of connected, and it like goes into almost like a little, it's almost like a little maze. I would love to see more of this person's particular shop, but otherwise, some pretty cool makeups here. Some people was like you almost got it like Blockbuster signage, yeah. And they do have mods. While we encourage players to create mods, we unfortunately can't provide direct support for them. That said, new updates may occasionally cause issues or crashes when mods are installed. If you encounter any such issues, such as fatal crash error, you can switch to the repair station build branch. Oh, that's interesting that they did that. This is a special version of the game that does not receive updates and allows you to continue playing on version 2198. Here are a few things from the modding community showcasing some assets and artwork not included in the original game. It's always cool to see how engaged the retro players are. So it looks like we got some people that are, yeah, they got we got Darth Vader over there in one corner with the Star Wars posters. You got RoboCop there. That's awesome. Oh, Michael Myers statue, Child's Play. See, that's all I kind of wanted to try and do is let's get like you know, the stuff that we do know, that we have seen. But that was that update. And then here's the next one. Video game rentals are coming this fall. New consoles, thousands of games, and a new electronics store are coming to Retro Rewind. Hello, video store owners. We're back with another developer update to let you know how development is going. This Steam news post is all about our upcoming video game rental update. Development is going great, and we're still on track to release the free update this fall as planned. Our focus is on delivering this update to its maximum potential, which means we won't be releasing any smaller updates before then. we thought it was time to share a sneak peek of some of the exciting features we've been working on. The golden age of video games. Let's kick things off by officially revealing the 2 video game consoles coming to Retro Rewind, the Super Tenko and the Saga Origin. If you grew up in the 90s, you'll probably recognize the inspiration behind these classic systems. Now that's a wicked looking dinosaur that dude's riding there. There you go. There you go. Gee, I wonder what they're modeling here. Oh my God. Mortal Cuddle. That's great. Was it Mushroom Knight? Back then, gaming was simple and fun. I miss those days. You invited a friend over for some split screen action, and you sat way too close to the TV because wireless controllers weren't a thing yet. If a game refused to load, or you just use, you know, maximize things. So whatever the cord length was going from the TV to the console, you pulled it away from the entertainment center as much as you could, and then you were able to sit further back within the controllers, which the cords were at least usually a good, I don't know, 6 feet usually for the cord length. They weren't that short that I remember, especially wrapping the damn things up all the time. If a game refused to load, all you had to do was blow in the cartridge, and somehow it usually did the trick. Those really were the good old days. When the updates launches, you'll be able to rent out both video game consoles and their games, with thousands of titles available to build your rental collection. The update will also include a wide selection of video game new releases, all inspired by some of the favorite games of the 90s. To display your collection, you'll be able to purchase dedicated video game shelving. You will also get the chance to decorate your store with tons of new gaming merchandise. There's a new shop in town. A new business is opening up just down the road from your video store, Tech Shed Electronics. Don't worry, they're not here to steal your customers. Tech Shed specializes in TVs, electronics, and other gadgets, but they also have a small selection of video games for sale. The store will become your go-to destination for purchasing new games as you expand your rental collection. Tech Shed also offers repair services for damaged VHS players and gaming consoles. When a customer returns a broken system, you will be able to have it repaired quickly to get it back on the shelves in no time. That almost I kind of wish was done in your own store, but I understand what they're doing here. We'll have more to share as we get closer to release, so stay tuned. If you're new to Retro Rewind community, we'd love to have you join our Discord. Feel free to ask questions, share your feedback, or just hang out. Our moderators and community members are always happy to help and chat with fellow video store owners. Thank you for following the development of Retro Rewind, for supporting our project. We can't wait to get the video rental update into your hands this fall. This I thought was quite the big update that they're going to be rolling out here, especially adding a completely secondary store. Although when I first skimmed through this, I was like, oh, so is this gonna be another store you're gonna run? No, it's completely separate. That's interesting. But yeah, so definitely something that I'm kind of looking forward to. Although I do, of course, find it a little bit amusing that they happen to throw a female employee behind the desk, when if this was the 90s, it was most likely a dude running the electronics store. And it's still generally, I've found a lot of times, still guys running these electronics stores. Even like the you know, the retro game stores that you find around town, I've still often found them being run by men. Yes, you may have the occasional female employee, but oftentimes it's mostly guys. Anyways, that aside, I'm glad that they're being really active with the community and also continuing further updates for this game, because sometimes you're never too sure what's going to be going on with these. Because I don't know if this was considered, no, it wasn't early access. It was a proper release. So, definitely worth the, I'd say worth the grab if you wanted to too. There's still the demo you could always check out if you wanted to try it out. And right now they do have a sale going on for $15.92 US. If you are interested in the game, I give it a recommend. I think it came out this year and is definitely kind of in my contendership for kind of game of the year. For my own personal, you know, and I like I said, if you're into that kind of being a whole like simulator and stuff like that, it's a lot of fun. I've enjoyed it a great deal, and I need to jump back into it, especially looking at all the mods that people have cooked up to see if they've made it easier to add things in and stuff like that, because I would love to, you know, be able to have licensed looking movies and stuff like that, just to have that appeal. So if you are interested, dude, go and check it out. They have it on the Steam store. I don't know if they've made it over to GOG. Let's see. I don't think so though. No, nothing, unfortunately. So they're not on there, unfortunately. But like I said, they're doing a lot of cool stuff with these updates. They're staying active, and that's always the best part. So if you are, I definitely say it's worth the grab, and especially for $15, you can't go wrong. If you're looking, like I said, if you're looking for that simulator, looking for that thing of going back to what they got on there. I can't tell. Going back to the past to run your own video rental store. This is a fun way of doing it. So definitely, I say check it out if you can. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Just gonna save those. Oh wait, yeah. I got the first link, so here's the second one. Cool. All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. I didn't expect it to take so long getting everything set up as I did. To Helene saying Retro Rewind reminds me of the Be Kind Rewind movie. I mean, it's like I said, the game's whole premise is you're running a video store, so it's a great way of doing it. And then, like, it is, you can mod it in. It was a little janky trying to get it to work, but I did get it where on the 3 different stations for the TVs, I have 3 different movies playing. So on one, I have Mystery Science Theater 3000, the movie playing. And then on another, I have Back to the Future 1. And then on the third one, what do I have? Beverly Hills Cop 1. So those are like the ones that I had going at that time. I was thinking of like updating them and putting in different ones at some point. Let's see here. Well, since this has been kind of in the whole topic of what we've kind of gone into here and there with physical media and all that with the gaming right now, it was interesting to see this crop up. And this was like just last week, it cropped up like the next day. I think after we talked about some stuff, Nintendo reports a full 38.5% of its sales are still physical in the wake of the Sony abandoning discs. That does include DLC and digital-only games, however. And you see, that's where sometimes I think these numbers get a little fudged and weird, especially if they are including DLC, which I don't think should count towards video game sales personally, because that's just added content. That's a separate thing in my opinion. Digital games, sure, should count to the overall, but not DLC in my opinion, because that's entirely separate. But amid Sony's plan to end physical games on PlayStation, Nintendo has confirmed that 38.5% of its sales are still physical. Digital versus physical games have been a massive topic of discussion as of late, thanks to Rockstar Games announcing that the only physical copies of GTA 6 will be code-in-box releases, which was soon followed by Sony confirming that it will stop making discs in 2028. And if you are so adamantly against physical game or digital games taking over the market and having no ability to buy physical and stuff like that, and it's only digital, then I mean, if you're gonna still, I'm sorry, but like if you're still gonna end up getting GTA 6, you kind of deserve a swift kick in the testicles. I mean, unless GTA 6 is going to be put on, which I highly doubt, onto goodoldgames.com, to at least then you have some form of digital ownership of your game, then I mean, I'm personally like, I wish I could say that people need to actually boycott and not buy GTA 6, but sadly gamers are too fucking stupid. And then you have, like it is, all the stream bait. People are gonna be streaming it, especially if they're trying to build their channels and stuff like that, to get more eyes on their product, their own product, their channel. I wish this could end. I wish people would actually put their feet in the goddamn ground and not go near this sort of shit. But that's hoping for too much. Anyways, let's continue on. Naturally, this caused outrage among players who want to continue growing their physical collection for a myriad of reasons, be it collecting, preservation, or simply options. However, publishers haven't really been as upset. While some like Astrolabe Games and Serenity Forge have spoken out against it, Capcom, for example, isn't too worried. Go away. In Nintendo's latest financial results, the company revealed that in the previous quarter, it made 132.7 billion yen from its digital sales, which is not only a 90% year-on increase, but also a 2.2% increase in the proportion of digital sales compared to the same time last year. This meant that 61.5% of Nintendo sales were from digital purchases between March 30th and June 30th, 2026. So yeah, unfortunately, the digital sales still are leading. Again, though, that's the question on whether or not again, is this digital sales the 61% are, because they say at the beginning of this is including DLC as well. Chop out the DLC. What are we looking at here? Especially when it came to the Switch 2, you had a lot of the digital upgrades to bounce things up for the Switch 2 version if people still had the Switch 1 copies. So that kind of makes me curious on that one. Now, granted, 38.5% isn't a small piece of the pie at all. However, there are a few caveats with the figure. Firstly, Nintendo confirms that Nintendo Switch Online subscriptions, download-only titles, and DLC, including upgraded packs for the Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games, are included in this figure. And that's where this problem, this is where I guess the digital side of things, the people that are pro-digital and stuff like that, get inflated numbers. So what would it look like without these? What would it look like without the online subscription? What would it look like without the download-only titles, DLC, and upgrade packs? What are we looking at then? Just pure full games that people purchase. What are we talking about here for percentage versus physical games? What are we talking about here? On top of that, the games bundled within within hardware packages like Mario Kart World Switch 2 bundle at launch are recognized as hardware sales and thus not included in this. So why is it that we can get that separation for the hardware sales and not with these other ones here? Why is the online subscriptions included? Give us the just games versus games sales purchases. What are we looking at here? Good morning there, TK Zeravet. How's it going? Saying as long as there is no DRM and you can just copy it. Yeah. Tehlim says, I have been playing some Pragmata here. I could definitely see it reach game of the year. Nice. Obviously, the decline of physical games is a net negative for the industry, but between this and word from industry analyst Matt Piscatella that in 2026, only 7 games on PlayStation have sold more than 100,000 physical copies in the US this year. The writing may have been on the wall for a while. It's not the writing on the wall necessarily, though. It's been... These companies have been making this gradual switch towards digital and a stronger push for digital as time has gone on. Because it's not like there's... Because this is the other thing, like, it's been incentivized to go digital. For movies especially, like the digital movies would come out like a week or so in advance of the physical copies. That's how they kind of tried to, you know, strangle out the physical movie market. They haven't necessarily done that with video games, other than if you do the special super duper pre-order bundle, whatever, and pay that more, then you get sometimes a week or just days in advance to play the game early before other people. So they've been incentivizing people in different ways on to go one way or another. So it's been like, oh, I'll get the game a couple days early before other people get the physical copy. Yeah, I'll get the digital copy. You incentivize it, sure. You're going to encourage people to go in one more direction than the other. That's just, you know, that's just manipulating the market. That's not showing a natural shift, in my opinion. Granted, so far, it seems like Nintendo is still all in on its own being physical releases, with none of its first-party releases, barring Pokemon Pokopia, which isn't published by Nintendo in every region, being proper releases. So I just thought that was a little bit interesting to see just where Nintendo's at. Like I said, I still feel like there's a bit of goofiness with this one. I think having a separation of the sales completely down the line on everything, like I said, physical video games versus digital video games, just the video games themselves, not these subscriptions, not DLC or any of that extra nonsense. Just give us what is happening down the line. So that I would most love to see. But it's a little tougher, I guess, to get that sort of information out of these people. But regardless, it's still interesting to see that people are still going physical for Nintendo games. But then that's always been kind of Nintendo's push anyways, is still having those physical releases. But with the Switch 2, they've been making that gradual switch of you get the stupid little digital card code key thing bullshit. That's why I was, again, like it was, just happy to step away from Nintendo all over again, like I did with the Wii. I'm like, all right. I was already hesitant and already like shifty about Nintendo. And I still got my Switch. It's just sitting there collecting dust still. But I mean, you can at least say they're still trying to keep physical games a thing in a sense. But if you look, just take a look at some of your big box retail stores. What are they doing? Have they shrunk their departments? Has it become more? Has it become less? All I've seen, certainly at some of my big box stores, yes, the video game sections have shrunk considerably. The only one that still has a bigger presence would be Nintendo, but they also have a bunch. They also still have now a bunch of the nerd merch stuff in there. They have like Mario hats, Luigi hats, Tanuki Mario hats, and stuff like that available. So like, yeah, they got all their video game hardware and video game software, but then it's like they got other stuff too. It's a weird thing, man. But like I said, a little bit of an interesting little topic there, that Nintendo's still keeping certain things, still is seeing a decent, not great, but it's a decent or just okay percentage. And you still want more though. If it is a 50-50 split, that'd be even better. But sadly, we aren't getting that kind of news. Okay. Blah. Brain blanked for a second there. Okay. Sorry, I'm just closing out some of the stuff just so I can know what I'm going to be going into next. Which I saw this recently drop. And it's funny, kind of and weird, in a sense, topical, as I have been playing the game this gentleman is involved with, and that is so Marty O'Donnell here, who is the composer for such a big franchise as Halo originally. So that's composer and part of many childhoods. Now going to toss the ring of power into the fires of Mount Doom. And he's now gone full on political, Trump endorsed candidate for Congress. Good for him. But he had this update going. I'm very disappointed that SAC Anime has disinvited me from Halo 25 reunion at their conference next month. If you thought we defeated cancel culture in 2024, guess again. If anybody thought that, you were fucking mental. I never thought it was ever going to be defeated yet, had been defeated. But yeah, so he received this message. Hey Marty, the promoter of SAC Anime has shared that his LGBTQ staff does not feel comfortable with if you attend the event. Based on your recently reported statements of the political campaign, they have to rescinded their invitation to not cause any further staff upset. Feel free to give redacted or I a call for any further discussion. Apparently, well, Geeks and Gamers did cover this, and he even links their article for further coverage. Halo composer Marty O'Donnell canceled by convention after former Kamala Harris account misrepresents comments. Imagine my shock. But I mean, honestly, like, why bother with these conventions anymore? They're all full of paused gay shit. They're not gonna be fair. They're not gonna be doing anything to, stretch that hand across the aisle sort of bullshit. Like, I just don't understand why people are still bothering with some of these conventions. Anyways, let's go into this. Halo composer and Republican congressional candidate Marty O'Donnell says he has been disinvited from the upcoming SAC Anime convention after LGBTQ staff members reportedly objected to his appearance over his political comments that were previously portrayed by a Kamala Harris-aligned social media account as calling for the persecution of LGBTQ people. No way is he that based. There is one significant problem that with that characterization. O'Donnell never called for LGBTQ people to be persecuted in the comments being cited. Here's the message we just read. O'Donnell revealed his removal from the convention in an X post on Tuesday, August 11th. I'm very disappointed that SAC Anime has disinvited me from the Halo 25 reunion at the conference. The former Bungie composer, whose work alongside Michael Salvatore helped create the iconic sound of Halo franchise, included a screenshot of a message explaining why his invitation had apparently been rescinded. The promoter of SAC Anime has shared that his LGBTQ staff does not feel comfortable if he attend the event. Message reads, it continues based on, okay, so we saw that wording. Recently reported statements is particularly notable given the controversy that erupted around O'Donnell's comments less than a month ago. What Marty O'Donnell actually said. On July 17th, the verified headquarters account on X, formerly associated with the Kamala Harris campaign's Kamala HQ operation, posted a clip of O'Donnell appearing on the WDW Pro Show. The account made an explosive accusation against him. Headquarters unearthed Trump-endorsed Nevada GOP candidate Marty O'Donnell calls for persecution of LGBTQ people and treating them as an existential threat. Like I said, it wasn't going to be that based. Let's see if it has. Let me see if it has audio for this.
A lot of that money flowing in to help democratic socialism when you have a very different vision for the future for the country. And I think if people have been listening to you inside Bungie would be in a better place. What do you think might be a better place for America going forward than what we are watching from some sections of the East and West Coast?
Talk about an existential threat. This is where we are right now. We are on the cliff, looking down into the abyss, and the abyss is Marxism. It's anti-Western philosophy. There's a weird alliance of all these groups that are like to pretend like they're oppressed. So the LGBTQ plus people, the Islamists, the Marxists, they're all together now.
Yeah, what's the problem here? But that is not what O'Donnell says, and we just played the clip. Speaking about what he views as an ideological threat facing Western society, O'Donnell said, talking about existential threat. We just heard it. Whatever one thinks of O'Donnell's arguments, headquarters didn't simply criticize his words. It attributed a post to him that he did not express. Most glaringly, O'Donnell does not call for persecution of LGBTQ people anywhere in the quoted remarks. Now that would have been taking a stand, goddammit. There's no call for persecution of anyone at all. Furthermore, yeah, he just basically said that now these groups are completely allied with each other. The Marxists, the what have yous, they're all together in one little ball of. They're in the big gay pile. Think of South Park, the big gay pile. Dash says if he's burdening the Kamala campaign he can't be all bad. No, I'm not saying it. It's just funny how they but this is this really is the problem with this whole all this sort of shit is that they're just allowed to run rampant misrepresenting facts and stuff like that but then the problem is that there's no actually convincing the liberals that is anything other than their promoted message. So you're stuck one way or another. It's just listen, we just gotta. Anyways, let's get through this. Furthermore, O'Donnell explicitly identifies the abyss he is discussing as Marxism and anti-Western philosophy. Yes. Headquarters post-transforms that argument into the considerably more inflammatory allegation that O'Donnell wants the LGBT people persecuted and considers them specifically an existential threat. In a sense, yes, because they are pretty much against the natural order. And I'm not talking like from a God standpoint. I'm talking about from, you know, nature and everything. They are for them, they are a genetic dead end. They are, you know, they do not propagate the human race in any positive way, as we further discover and see. And in a sense, he's still he wouldn't be wrong if only he ran with that. Those are two very different statements. O'Donnell's political career makes the accusation even more significant. This isn't simply an online fight involving an iconic video game composer. O'Donnell is currently the Republican nominee for Nevada's 3rd congressional district after winning the Republican primary in June. He will face Democratic incumbent Republican Susie Lee in Representative Susie Lee in November. Reuters characterizes November 03 as a key battleground district that could play a role in determining control of the House of Representatives. O'Donnell also received President Donald Trump's endorsement during the Republican primary. DK's there of it saying they should go back to hanging out on the docks or in shady parts of town, in my honest opinion. That, you know, sometimes keeping a separation of things is a good thing. I'll put it like that. It's a good thing. Separation can be good. Dash says, and they're collectivist commies, the way they put the way they form one big pile. Exactly. President Trump described O'Donnell as a world-class composer and entrepreneur, while giving him his complete and total endorsement. I mean, I've played through Halo 1 and I'm now into Halo 2. I mean, yes, the soundtrack is fantastic. It really stands out. It's got its own unique flavor to it. And he did well matching it with the action that goes on screen and stuff like that. So, I mean, I had nothing but good things to say. Go back if you want to, go and watch those gaming streams that I've done for Halo 1, and then I started Halo 2 when I finished Halo 1 on the same stream. That political context makes the headquarters post much more consequential than an ordinary social media dispute. An account with roots in Democratic presidential campaign messaging, excuse me, made a highly inflammatory claim about an opposing party's congressional candidate. And now O'Donnell is reporting professional consequences stemming from his, quote, recently reported statements. Marty O'Donnell responds in an exclusive statement provided to Geeks and Gamers. O'Donnell revealed that this appearance at SAC Anime had been in the works since January, and said the convention had even asked him to record a promotional video for the event just 2 weeks before his invitation was rescinded. O'Donnell also directly addressed the controversy surrounding his existential threat remarks, arguing that his comments have been twisted by his political opponents, and alleging that his removal from SAC Anime was ultimately motivated by his Republican congressional campaign. O'Donnell told Geeks and Gamers in full, quote, in January, I was invited to attend a Halo reunion at SAC Anime over Labor Day weekend in Sacramento, California. Well, that was it. See, there's your problem, was thinking anything was going to go right in fucking California, bro. I was excited to attend with so many stars, including Jen Taylor and Steve Downs, to celebrate the 25th anniversary of Halo with all of our fans. They even asked me to record a video promoting my attendance 2 weeks ago. After SAC Anime made numerous announcements of my attendance over this last weekend, I was told I was being disinvited because I called Marxism an existential threat. They have removed me from their website and deleted all their posts on social media promoting my appearance. My existential threat comment has been twisted by my political opponents a lot over the last few weeks. And anyone who saw the video knows that to be true. That is why I know it's not why I have been pulled from SAC Anime. I was pulled because I am a Republican candidate for office. Funny enough, SAC Anime's decision to prove my point, silencing the opposition is a key opponent of Marxism, and that is one reason why Marxism is an existential threat to our country. I genuinely believe, but the problem is that nobody's actually doing anything to stop the Marxists. Not really. Like, it's all paid in lip service and stuff like that. It's all a bunch of bluster. They're all just, saber rattling. There's nothing real to it. There's nothing behind it. Who's actually going out there and stopping these Marxists hardcore? Nobody. They're all punching and beating the shit out of y'all. So, when's the kickback? But then, I mean, hey, they basically are in control of everything, control of a lot of things at this point. Like we read earlier, our judicial system going after corporations and stuff like that, making sure that the government stays well provided in their coffers. Anyways, I genuinely believe we had to put an end to cancel culture after the 2024 election, but that was just the end to what AOC called Woke 1 earlier this week. Woke 2 is here, and it is just as eager to silence and destroy conservatives as Woke 1. What the fuck? That's so incredibly gay. Did she really? Oh! This I think I've said this on other things. It's like on Static's weekend pregame. The new batch of liberals didn't, and my brother and I have talked about this too. The new batch of liberals that are being indoctrinated are not getting the same levels of like training and messaging as the old school ones did. They knew how to write. They knew how to do the subversive writing and they knew how to subvert culture in a much better way. I mean, it is just probably now that they are just so like, they've got their fingers in everything. It doesn't matter, so they can just let their little idiot foot soldiers go out. But when you got some bad messaging like that, just calling it woke 1, woke 2, come on, AOC, you're telling me you couldn't have come up with a better little term than that? Jeez, it's weak. Anyways, unfortunately for them, I can't be silenced. I will continue to use my voice to speak out against the threats of our country faces, especially from Marxists who seek to destroy the United States. O'Donnell's statements also provide additional context to the timeline. According to him, SAC Anime wasn't merely planning his appearance months in advance. The convention was still actively promoting his participation and requesting promotional material from him as recently as 2 weeks ago. And this was written... do they have a date on when this was? August 11th. Okay, so just yesterday. This was... Okay. August 11th, 2026 was when this was written. Jen Taylor had already promoted O'Donnell's appearance. O'Donnell's removal came after his participation in the Halo reunion had already been publicly promoted by another major figure from the franchise. Jen Taylor, the longtime voice actress behind Cortana, previously posted a video to Instagram discussing the upcoming SAC Anime reunion and expressing her excitement that O'Donnell would be joining her and several other Halo cast members at the convention.
Voice of Cortana, Dr. Halsey, Joyeuse in Halo, Princess Peach and Toad in some of the Mario Brothers games, Zoe in Left 4 Dead, Salem and Ruby, go while you can. And I'm going to be at SAC Anime Summer, September 4th through the 6th, Friday, September 4th through the 6th, at the Union Convention Center in Sacramento. You can go to sacanime.com to get information about tickets and find out who else is going to be there. It's going to be a Halo reunion of sorts. Steve Downs, Jeff Steitzer, Voice of God, Tim DeDabo, Guilty Spark, and Marty O'Donnell, the men behind the music, and casting us. Yay, go Marty.
She named him.
We're all going to be at SAC Anime September 4th through 6th. Can't wait to.
Now I don't know if this article will cover, but I'm just going to kind of ask the question right now before I continue on. Are any of his fellow Halo people standing by him? Are they gonna? I doubt it, but I'm just kind of. It's that question. Are they gonna stand behind him and go, well, what the fuck is going on with all this? I mean, it did just like we just got news of a lot of this, I guess, yesterday, or at least some of it dropped yesterday. But it makes me curious. Are they gonna stand by him? Are they gonna disinvite themselves and not go? And really, punch at SAC Anime for disinviting a person very largely responsible for Halo and everything. Are they gonna? Probably not. And I would say that if anybody's actually going, that's within our circles and stuff like that, these circles, whatever. If they are still there, question them. Why didn't you stand by your friend, by a person, a part of this development? That was such a equally big part of its development and its popularity. I mean, I've always seen people talk about this guy's score for Halo as being as big as it is. So yeah, are you guys gonna stand by him? That's the kind of question I got. O'Donnell has been removed from SAC Anime's website for a celebration of Halo's 25th anniversary. O'Donnell is hardly an incidental guest. He was one of the central creative figures responsible for establishing the identity of the original game, and the music he created with Michael Salvatore remains inseparable from the franchise. Misrepresenting O'Donnell's words has real consequences. This isn't the first time they've done this sort of shit. These people always misrepresent the quote unquote other side. But nothing's been really done. The issue here isn't whether O'Donnell political opponents like his views. The issue is whether those opponents accurately represented what he said. Who cares? To them, it doesn't matter. They can do this. They control the narratives. That's what people still are refusing to understand, that these people still control their narratives. They still control it heavily. They are the ones that are influencing all this shit. O'Donnell argued that Western society faces an ideological threat from Marxism and anti-Western philosophy, and described what he sees as an alliance between the LGBT activists, Islamists, and Marxists. Headquarters transformed that argument into a claim that O'Donnell calls for the person. I fucking wish at this point. Treats them as an existential threat. Those words carry an entirely different meaning. O'Donnell never called for LGBTQ people to be persecuted. He never advocated punishing them, stripping them of their rights, or taking any action against them whatsoever. In fact, when O'Donnell invoked an existential threat, he immediately explained what he was talking about. The abyss is Marxism. It's anti-Western philosophy. Yes, he went right into it. The context isn't ambiguous, yet the much more inflammatory characterization of his remarks presented O'Donnell as a congressional candidate advocating the persecution of a group of Americans, an accusation far more extreme than anything he actually said. And now the controversy has moved beyond political mudslinging on social media. O'Donnell made a political argument. That argument was subsequently portrayed by a prominent political social media account as to call to persecute people. Then O'Donnell was informed that he was no longer welcomed at a major convention because of the way his political statements had been reported. That is precisely why accurately quoting people matters. This isn't merely a disagreement over political rhetoric anymore. It never... You guys, I swear, so many of these groups have been so long sitting on the fence that the fence is ridden so far up their own ass. I'm surprised they can even get to this idea. Oh, now, only now, anymore. No, a demonstrably more inflammatory version of O'Donnell's remarks entered the public conversation, and O'Donnell is now facing professional consequences amid the resulting controversy. I mean, if you want to just keep it within slightly current, like, I mean, within the last, 10 years, they were already doing this. It's just within, like, look at what they did during Trump's first political campaign to become president. They were always misrepresenting anything he was saying. And that's what I was especially just like, what the fuck is going on anymore with like some of the former people that were so pro Gamergate and knew exactly what the media was doing, misrepresenting the arguments, misrepresenting the facts, that then suddenly even they were buying into what the media was telling them about Trump and I'm like, what? You idiots, are you not seeing the fucking oh god, no, I forget. Are you not seeing the patterns here? Are you not having that pattern recognition of what's going on? But then it also then just stems from, then you have to probably realize these were always fucking posers to begin with. TK says, not a fan of the reactionary right, to be honest. Have some balls and conviction. If O'Donnell said he wants TND, it would be... it would still be wrong to disinvite him, simple as. Whatever SAC Anime thinks of O'Donnell's politics, it should be making decisions based on what he actually said, not on words that somebody else put in his mouth. How do you feel about Marty O'Donnell being canceled from SAC Anime? Sound off and let us know. I think it's absolutely bitch move. It's the typical cowardice of these groups, of these conventions. They aren't going to actually, because they fear their own side more than anything, and that's what it is. It's just the people of that side. If they could have just kept it to promoting him as, the guy that did Halo soundtrack, they would have kept it that way. Of course, they wouldn't have mentioned anything of his political career, which, I mean, but then that was kind of the weaponized thing of, there's few things you talk about with people. Religion, politics are two of them. I forgot I know that religion, politics, and I feel like there's a third one, but that was just kind of its own weapon, because then, I mean, the people that would most profuse that would be talking about those very things anyways. I mean, honest, I don't know why and if there would be any surprise to this, all things considered. And I mean, again, it's like, why are we still trying to... I thought the whole idea was to create your own thing. Create your own conventions too, right? So why hasn't that come into play? I mean, you could basically rent a park, right? Start as a park space, do it as an open thing, I mean, plenty of political campaigns still happen in big venues. I'm just like, why are you still... Like, I understand, like, trying to get your own points across and stuff like that through the system, but at the same time, where do you put an end to that? Oh, hey, dude. Seems you don't have the green chat. It wasn't... Oh, god damn it! What the hell? Oh, god damn it. Now I thought I did have it up, but it wasn't. So now it's, how do you do too, dude? He said, I wouldn't vote for Marty. He's anti-First Amendment with his pro-Israel stance. I didn't know that. Well, there you go. So I wouldn't have been doing the same thing either. Well, oh, no wonder he got the Trump endorsement then. UG. Well, listen, I went to G&G because he linked it himself, and so I was checking it. Oh, the Marty. Damn it, the Marty audio is too low. Sorry, I didn't see ya. I thought the stupid social stream ninja wasn't picking things up. And I didn't even know what we got hidden suddenly like that. That was so weird. But now I got it. Now I got it. Sorry about that, dude. Anyway, like it is. It's all stupid, and even like this, to me, just comes off to still very performative bullshit. He should have known better. And it comes as no surprise that that over a fucking just a basic bitch response like that would get him kicked out of a panel from SAC Anime in fucking Sacramento, California, for God's sakes. So yeah, it's not surprising to me. He should have known better. And I already asked the question, are his former co-workers, could be friends and stuff like that, are they gonna step away from the convention? I highly doubt it. Because I'm pretty sure some of these people, probably even especially her, are more than happy to, will easily step by him and be still part of this convention, considering they fall in line with all this stuff. So that's my bigger question: is are those people also going to step away from the 25th anniversary at SAC Anime? I doubt it, but it's a question you got to ask. So there you go. Dude says, I try to help people check that their Rumble chat is up. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Like I said, I thought I had it up too. But it got like minimized or something when I must have done something else. It was weird. He says, like you did for Odyssey on one of my... Yeah, I was just checking to see what we could get through on Odyssey. And it worked just fine. It was working great. And I know Odyssey has worked for me as well, so... I always try and keep Odyssey and Rumble chats in a spot where I can see them, but I've been having a couple of big topics that needed my full focus. So I wasn't quite getting to all of it. Yeah, that's kind of another curiosity I had too, dude, was why is the Halo convention being at an anime convention of all damn things, the Halo 25th anniversary? Why? That was kind of like what I was originally thinking too, was like, why at an anime convention of all damn things? Like, I know there's a lot of crossover with some things, but like for a full-on anime convention, like why? Didn't make a whole lot of sense either. But yeah. And hello, Real Wade Nation Gaming. How's it going? He says, why did he get into trouble? We went into all of it, but he was talking about the existential threat of Marxism. An account on X misrepresented it and said that the existential threat was the LGBTQ community. Which technically he's not wrong, but it's been blown out of proportion. He got disinvited from SAC Anime for the 25th anniversary of Halo. So yeah, that's the TLDR. And like I said, my question: what are his former colleagues doing, or his current friends and whatnot? What are they doing? Are they stepping away? Are they not going? Like I said, I doubt it, but. But it's an odd thing for an anime convention, yes, to be putting on such an event. So, yeah, but, I mean, hey, I guess capitalize on an event, why not? But it's still weird. Dude says there was the Halo Legends mini-series with some anime studios making one-offs in the Halo universe. Oh, okay. I never profuse to be any kind of a Halo fan. I am a complete normie. I don't know if I would call myself a tourist, but like it is, I finally played through the first game. I played through a bit of the second. So I'm unaware of some of this stuff. And he says, but that was around the 10th anniversary. Oh, okay. Well, maybe because if they did do that, then yeah, then it's like, oh, it has those, those roots in it. So that's like, oh, we'll add it. Yes, Wade. Typical misinformation. Yeah, and like even in the Geeks and Gamers article, they try and make it sound like something so like current, but it's not. That's been going misrepresentation of the especially of the right has been going on, and I made it a little more within the last 10 years since Trump's first political campaign. They've been doing this shit, so that's why it's so funny to me that people find it so shocking and everything. Okay, let's see here. Before we jump into some Dverghold, which I am still planning to do, let's jump into this little fun, I think a fun little article here. Something as a little decompression, just a little palate cleanse, as it were. So this palate cleanse is 7 classic Super Nintendo games that hold up as 10 out of 10 masterpieces. This is their opinion. But I thought it's a good little topic, and so yes, Nintendo released Super Nintendo more than 35 years ago. It preserves as the top contender for the greatest console of all times. Between the Super Nintendo and PlayStation 2, I'd say they're almost, they're up there. As important as the NES and PS1 were, Super Nintendo Entertainment System games have aged way better. And there's a reason indie devs love to copy the hardware's 16-bit aesthetic. Ultimately, just because a game still looks good doesn't mean it is fun to play. But these Super Nintendo masterpieces certainly don't have that issue. I mean, it's for the time, Nintendo, and they still do. Nintendo still knows how to pick a good art direction or have certain art direction and stick to it. They aren't always chasing the most realistic graphics and stuff like that, which to some people then kind of makes them end up looking a little kiddie and everything. But even like Twilight Princess took on that, kind of back to a more grounded, realistic look after Wind Waker. Not realistic look, but the thing is that it still had a certain art direction to it that maintains, I would say, its appeal and its timeless look. Dude saying Metroid Prime 4 looked amazing. I didn't play it personally. I just saw some reviews of it and people playing it. I don't know. Just from that perspective, I wasn't too keen. But I'm also not planning on getting it unless like I find it cheap, probably at a store. So we got Real Wade Nation Couch. Hey all, hello. But anyways, so you can boot up these classics right now and have fantastic time provided emulation works as it should, or you have a Super Nintendo lying around. They don't feel as industry pushing as they once did, but their fundamentals are so perfect that they can be appreciated on their own without any further context. So Earthbound exists outside of time and space, the most forward-thinking Super Nintendo game. This is a game I have played a great deal into, but I have not beaten it. But it is I enjoyed the hell out of it. I need to get to replaying it and then beating it one of these days. But the funny thing was, I've said this before, I was never always that concerned about beating games, playing them and enjoying them 100%. I enjoyed the shit out of a lot of games. I just maybe not always beat them. Either because school or, other games took my attention for the time being and whatnot. just, or it was a rental. And then, you know, like it is, you got distracted by another rental at the time. But anyways, let's see, visuals, innovative gameplay, and surreal story have aged beautifully. It is surreal for sure. While Mother, aka Earthbound Beginnings on the NES hasn't stood the test of time, its sequel, Earthbound, has aged so well that it could be mistaken for a modern indie darling. A huge influence on modern RPGs like Undertale and Lisa, Earthbound set itself apart for the 16-bit crowd by shifting away from the high fantasy and towards urban satire, all the while incorporating forward-thinking mechanics that were light years ahead of the trends. More so than any other legendary Super Nintendo game, Earthbound is timeless. The game tells a fantastic, surreal story that blends comedy and horror, all the while emphasizing immersion both thematically and mechanically. The lack of random encounters and the option to instantly beat weak enemies became staples of modern RPGs thanks to Earthbound, although not enough titles copy its rolling HP meter. That's probably true, but I forgot that you would instantly beat weak enemies. That is something that I think for turn-based RPGs, that should be something more of a thing. Dude says, I'm one of the more positive people when it comes to Prime 4. I like it more than Prime 3. See, I could see my brother possibly, if he played it, because he didn't like Prime 3 because of the Wii motion controls. And he still played a good portion of it, but like I don't know how far he got in before he's kind of tapped out on it. On Prime 3. Dude says, yeah, good luck getting an Earthbound cartridge. Dude, good luck getting any cartridge anymore, especially considering the ridiculously inflated prices that they are for these games. It's insane. Like I walked into one of my local video game stores that it's more, you know, mom and pop, and like some of the games that were like, especially like maybe still in box or not even in box, were ridiculous. Up to $300, $400 for some of them. Like, yeesh. Dude saying my mom picked up Earthbound back in the day for $30. Dude, I wish I had picked up more games back in the day and kept the cases and packaging a lot more neater and everything, but I was an excited kid. I just wanted to play the damn games, and so, you know, you're ripping open boxes, you aren't thinking of it, and it's just, yeah. Real Way Nation Cash says, one day I'll have you on, Filter. Oh. A Link to the Past is a definitive Zelda game, a winning formula. Everything has aged well. I mean, it is probably for me too. I think I saw somebody in the comments when I grabbed this article. It's a game that I will still replay quite a bit more than even say Ocarina of Time, even though I love Ocarina of Time. Saying, I almost skipped The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past just to avoid throwing in such an obvious candidate. However, there's really no denying its eternal 10 out of 10 status if the original NES game sketched a rough outline of what a Zelda game should be. Then A Link to the Past filled in the colors and brought everything into focus. This marked the birth of the Zelda formula that remained a fixture until roughly Twilight Princess and continues to be relevant today. From the dual world dynamic to the fantastic 12 dungeon lineup and the simple but fluid combat, A Link to the Past is the ultimate action adventure experience that can be revisited time and time again. Preferences aside, this game's visuals arguably represented the absolute peak of 16-bit art, and I mean of all time, not just on the NES. And I would, you know, this is the thing too, like 16-bit art's was a lot different then than I would say even now. Now instead of like having, like, then there's like sometimes like it felt like there's more detail in this. It's a little bit rougher on some spots, which actually made it pop a bit better. Now a lot of it's smoothed out, very blended. Definitely has that, like, this almost feels like it was drawn with pencil and paper and stuff like that. Well, now it feels that it has that very digital quality to it. Like I said, very smoothed out, blended together with the colors and stuff like that. Nothing quite sticks out quite like it used to, in my opinion. This is a game I was unaware of. Terranigma perfected the action RPG genre on the SNES, a forgotten masterpiece, which I'm wondering if it even came to the West. Nice! Dude says he has 3 copies of A Link to the Past on SNES. Very nice. I don't know if I think I have a copy of A Link to the Past on Super Nintendo. See, scope is widely impressive for a classic RPG, and the combat still ranks among the best in the genre. Great music, too. Time to step away from the famous SNES masterpieces to highlight something a touch more unknown. Terranigma never established itself as a foundational JRPG like Dragon Quest III or Final Fantasy VI, but that comes down to distribution and its release date rather than quality. A strong argument could be made that Terranigma is the best action RPG on the Super Nintendo, followed by an even stronger argument that it has aged better than nearly all of its rivals. Interesting. Building on the ideas of Soul Blazer and Illusion of Gaia, Terranigma very much feels like Quintet's magnum opus, both in execution and even in scale. The story goes for broke by challenging you to restore a dying planet, going through different evolutionary stages in the process. Along the way, the game tackles mature themes like ethics, reincarnation, and civilization's impact on nature. More importantly, the gameplay feels so good, even nowadays. Oh, dude does not have Terranigma. But have you played it? Have you heard it? Like, this is my first time hearing about this particular game. I admit. Like, kind of has that, making me think of Chrono Trigger. But this is one game that escaped me. But I mean, there were so many during this SNES era, and I never profused to play all of them. But I'm really kind of curious about this one too. I'll have to look and see if I do have it in my ROM collection. Maybe I have to give it a go. Super Metroid cemented Samus Aran as a legend. That classic Nintendo hard SNES game that is worth the pain. Personally, I still prefer the classic. Nerdy Neo, good dude, friend of the channel, did point me to a ROM hack that puts Super Metroid, I believe, in the style more of Metroid Zero or something like that. It felt too weird to me. I needed that kind of, I don't know if I needed it, but it felt awkward to me, and it also kind of changed the maps a bit in certain locations that just kind of threw me off. I might have to give it a more serious go. Like, I was just kind of checking it out initially, but it didn't win me over as much as it did for him, which, I mean, that's awesome. For me, the atmosphere, the music of the original just is what's so, I guess you could say it's maybe nostalgia blinding me, but I mean, I'll still replay the original version, any time of the day. Dude says, never released in North America. I got a release in Japan and PAL. Gotcha. He says, of course, I have Super Metroid. Oh, yeah, you got to have Super Metroid, right? And he says, I need to remaster the Super Metroid Retro Achievement Set. Oh, okay. That's right. You do some of those. I saw it. Yeah. 1986's Metroid contained all the parts that could become synonymous with the franchise, and Super Metroid fine-tuned those same ideas to near perfection. While quite a few of the early entries in the series haven't aged that well, the same cannot be said for Super Metroid, which might still be the gold standard for 2D non-linear exploration games. Samus Aran finds herself exploring planet Zebes, a haunting world that seems confusing but begins to make sense once you get your bearings right. The interconnected level design expertly uses environmental storytelling, visual cues, and enemies to guide you through the maze, rewarding your hard work with upgrades that greatly expand the map. Revolving around momentum, movement feels incredibly snappy and intuitive, all the while allowing room for experimentation and mastery. Note, I guess Super Metroid's difficulty might be a wall. Oh, excuse me. Might be a wall in this day and age, but it isn't that hard by the genre's early standard. I don't consider myself to be a good at Metroidvanias, but I found Super Metroid fairly doable, aside from a couple of moments. I would say so. I would not put myself as a master gamer or anything like that. I know I'd always put my brother over me. He's much better at at video games than I am. But I mean, I still always found this game very fun, very enjoyable. Yeah, there's like a boss or two that did annoy the hell out of me, and I might have had to maybe redo a battle or two, but otherwise, yeah, absolutely doable. And I mean, if you're gonna play in my opinion, like if you're gonna get started with a Metroid game, this is a Metroid game to get started with. It may not have all the kind of current mechanics and stuff that you may be familiar with when it came to like the Metroid 2 remake or Metroid Dread, but still Metroid Super Metroid I'll absolutely put over. Chrono Trigger is the best RPG, end of sentence. No nostalgia goggles required. Chrono Trigger, fantastic story, amazing soundtrack as well. To me, the Magus, battling Magus theme is just still so good. Time travel, battle system, new game plus, and visuals. Honestly, everything is a 10 out of 10. Yeah, new game plus, I think I saw it too, was kind of where it started with Chrono Trigger. And then I was really surprised when a game that was recently, I think it was the Final Fantasy Tactics whole remaster thing project that came out, and only then were they finally adding something like New Game Plus, when I was like, shouldn't that have been like an early thing to put into? Oh yeah, good luck getting Chrono Trigger cart. Yeah, no, just kiss that one goodbye. He says at least it's been re-released a ton, but good. It's still good luck trying to get a cart, because I'm pretty sure I still saw Chrono Trigger at some pretty marked up value. Chrono Trigger is the best RPG of 90s, if not all time, despite the types of statements being inherently controversial. I don't anticipate too much pushback on this one. Created by the Ultimate Dream Team, Hironobu Sakaguchi, Yuji Horii, and Akira Toriyama. Chrono Trigger was a true lightning in a bottle creation that Square Enix has yet to truly recapture, and that's by no means a criticism of any subsequent RPG. Although I'm somebody that is an appreciator of Chrono Cross, I still love that game a lot, even though it's probably a big deviation from Chrono Trigger, but I love that game to death. Unlike so many all-time masterpieces from yesteryear, Chrono Trigger can simultaneously appreciate it as a historical milestone and enjoyed purely as an RPG. At roughly 20 hours, the campaign never outstays its welcome, with each dungeon and side quest bringing something crucial to the overall journey. The story implements time travel as well as any game in history, not only narratively, but also through its multiple endings and the way it encourages New Game Plus. Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island is a gamble that paid off, even better than the first game. I mean, I love Super Mario World 2, but I will probably say if there's any of them I'm revisiting, is Super Mario World, the first one, the original one. But I mean, this game was fun, but let's face it, the whole Mario baby thing was freaking annoying. But it did, yeah, art style, puzzles, and boss fights are immaculate. It had a it almost felt like a bit of a departure with his art style. Still very fun, but yeah. Dude is going on the Yoshi Island is superior to Super Mario World. Hey, I mean, I personally, like I said, I'll always replay Super Mario World before deciding to play Super Mario World 2 personally. I liked both, but well, that, you know, I've heard some people say too, like Super Mario Brothers 3 is overrated as well. I mean, we've all kind of had our outlook on some of that stuff. But I mean, I don't know. I just see it as such a good entry point for the Super Nintendo with Super Mario World. And it could just be this. I mean, I still like I said, I still replay. I'll also go back and revisit Super Mario World. I've even earned some of the retro achievements set for it. But I mean, I don't know. Like for me, like I don't know. Maybe it's just sometimes to me it felt like there's some jankiness to the egg shooting with Yoshi, and then like I said, when you had to try and chase after the whining, crying Mario anytime he got knocked off of you, hey, you know, there are some annoyances there, but you know, we've all got our different preferences to the stuff. Both Super Mario World games are basically perfect, but I opted for Yoshi's Island since it took so many unnecessary risks. Rather than playing it safe, Nintendo released a sequel that turns Mario into a baby, features a new protagonist with a completely unique moveset, and emphasizes slow exploration instead of fast-paced platforming. This could have been a disaster, but it ended up becoming an enduring classic. Yoshi's Island looks gorgeous with the storybook aesthetic, aging better than the early 3D renders that were coming out at the same time. Well, and that's like to my point that I said earlier that, you know, Nintendo was good about having art direction for their games to keep them timeless and stuff like that. So, yeah, they knew what they were doing. And then instead of like always chasing that, you know, must look realistic thing, which I mean, I guess maybe that's where you kind of see where that went into Ocarina of Time and why it might not feel as timeless as their other games. But even then, I'd say with the style, the characters and stuff like that has their own unique look. It's not trying to be ultra realistic. It's got it's playing to its fantasy. Yoshi's primary mechanics revolve around swallowing enemies and throwing eggs, but both of which each turn each level into a unique puzzle rather than a traditional jumper. And, you know, that might have been the thing. I didn't look at it this way when I played the game, and I have played the game off and on. I still look at it as still playing it like Super Mario World. I'll still be kind of like dashing through the environments and stuff like that. So that's probably just a fault of my own. Although some levels threaten to be more frustrating than fun, the campaign mostly hits the mark from beginning to end, including actually great boss fights, which is never a given for a Mario game. Here's another one I didn't quite hear of. Demon's Crest is Capcom's best SNES game and just one of the best Capcom games. Looks cool. Gothic identity, gameplay, and open overworld map still rocks. Oh, and this is the last one on the list. Oh, you made the OG set for Yoshi's Island. Nice, for retro achievements. Cool. And it says if you don't want to hear the baby crying, get good. You know, that's true. I just gotta get good. That's all on me. Oh, and the dude says Demon's Crest I do not have, and it's hard to find. Oh. Capcom's legacy tends to be tied to its defining franchises, but the developer didn't just come into existence when Resident Evil dropped in 1996. In fact, Capcom had created quite a few masterpieces already, and Demon's Crest might be its crowning achievement on the SNES. casting you as a firebrand, the villain from Ghosts and Goblins. Oh, the game sends you on a hard but fair journey to take control of the demon realm. Embracing non-linear design, Demon's Crest is a stage-based platformer with the spirit of a Metroidvania, granting players the choice of which regions to invade next. The structure is kind of like Demon's Souls. Honestly, while not lacking variety, the environments all possess a gothic charm that is absolutely delightful. Demon's Crest's main gameplay hook is transformations that pretty significantly alter Firebrand's abilities, providing both uses for combat and exploration. Well, whoops, there it is. As there's 7 games that they see as that this person was Mark Samut sees as 7 classic games that hold up as 10 out of 10 masterpieces. Seems like we do have some in the chat that even agree with some of the list here. I certainly do, but like it is, I haven't played a couple of them, the Terra Enigma or the Demon's Crest, but otherwise, I'd say a pretty solid list here. And yeah, so I think that's where that's gonna. Yeah, we did good on that one. There we go. Nice little positivity. Before we get into our next thing, you gotta have some of that. Gotta have some of that. Okay. Let me save this. Oop. Hassan, hello, saying ahoy, hoy, I made it. Yes, you did. Welcome to the party, pal. We're about to get into some Dverghold here, but I am just going to take a quick little break before we dive into that. Let me save something really quick. Oops. No, stop. There we go. Didn't mean to do that. Alrighty. All right, and I'll be back in just a hot minute or so. We'll see. But yeah, I'll be back, and then we'll jump into the Dverghold. Why have I not put... I thought I put the BRB screen on this damn thing. Okay, I'm back. First, I also gotta make sure I neglected to do this. Oh, there's an update. Okay, oh, let me pause that.
To stake its claim upon the Isle of Dverghold. They carved their halls in stone beneath the crown, but dared too deep and brought the mountain down. No simple gem lay hidden in the deep, but Sorgan, cursed in shadowy crystal. An ancient foe long lost, ferocious, wild, now waits for war, their haven long defiled. In shield wall bound, united hearts they share, while royal envoys scour the lands with care. They seek the brave, the desperate, the bold, to drive back night and guard the Dverghold.
You know what, Hassan? That's not a bad idea. I feel like I should. Because I did start another game just to kind of play offline and everything like that. And it's been interesting. Like you see, day 4 versus day 7. But yeah, here we go. Back into it. All right. I haven't found the runestones yet. Have we updated Millie? No further up. Okay, yeah, she's gotten her updates. But he's not there. That's weird. Can't afford. Only got 32 gold right now. All right, we're gonna have to go in and go back. What's the inventory looking like? Oh, that's quest items. Provisions. Okay. We still have some of the rations. That's good. Got some tools. When I was playing it on my own, I started discovering what you could do with traps and stuff like that. That you can actually I think it's your rogue that does it. Or it's just with the toolkits in general. Oh, only rogues. Okay, so yeah, my rogues are archers. I got it so that I started using them for disabling traps and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, that's cool. Oh, let me get my timer going. There we go. All right. Let's head on into the dungeon. Got enough barrel bread? Well, I'm gonna have to eventually find out. Oh, let me move my camera. So I'm not blocking the lovely character art. Ah, that's right. And I had named my dwarf there Ogren Kaiser. Yes. Oh wait, maybe I should move it up here. There we go. Although I'm kind of, let's see, options. Okay. Enemies are nearby. Damn it, I can't open my app. God dang it. I heard a pooch. The mine bull died. Oh no. All that for 1 damage? Damn. Oh, well, at least I got him away from the wall. I need all of the gold! Alright, now I can look at the map. I want to say I'm over here? Do you guys... Ah, barrel meat. I was hoping for barrel bread. That didn't sound good. Oh, gain 1 experience point, 2 experience points, 3. Oh, nice. Wait, what was that? Why did I gain that experience? Was it just from mining? I hope it was just from the mining. $13 experience points, 17 experience. Nice. All from some digging. Let's go. Good God. Power shot. Strain your muscles to draw the bowstring for a strong shot for 1 turn. The impact. Yeah. God damn it. Oof. Yes. Like I said, get some distance really quick. Son, no, dig up, stupid. Wait, I thought enlighten your party in the harmonious slide of gold, increasing protection for the next 8 turns. Oh, okay. So I still need to use a small healing potion for him. Ooh, you got gold. You have gold. The mushroom man has gold. Hey! Oh, the blast. God damn it. Low on oil? Shit. I don't know what's gonna happen in a moment if I run out of the oil. Oh no. The sarcophagus is clearly non-dwarven in origin, and its length suggests that it was made for a human-like creature. It's suspiciously empty on the inside. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, that is where I was. I better, before I run out of oil, I better get my ass out of here. Now that I have gotten some gold, whoop, okay, I can hopefully get some more. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, you ass. Bricks. Oh, fuck. Oh, why did I do that? Son asking, how are you liking this old school dungeon crawler RPG so far? So far, I am liking it. It's as I said before, like, it's definitely outside of my original wheelhouse, especially for like a turn-based RPG. I'm more used to stuff like JRPGs and stuff like that. But this, I have been enjoying this game. I swear, you know what? I'm getting a fuck ton of oil because I do not want to suddenly be out of that damn shit. Let's get some more bread. Let's get some more meat. All right. Back in we go. Wait, let's see. Recruiter. I think I need, like, I thought she had healing. I forgot that the bless is just for increasing protection, which is good, but let's see here. Smiling Ears Bravery. Lay hands allows your hands to become a conduit for heavenly energies. Instantly for 10 health points. Ooh. Recruiting her. And I'm always down for a redhead. Alright, there we go. It's definitely like, also with this game, it's really trying to get resource management down. Because that, I feel like, has been, like, at least on my other game that I have going, has been a major challenge there, is just trying to make sure I have the resource management going just right. And especially with as much, like, you know, going into the mines as you are, you really got to make sure you are, you know, balancing everything out. Oh, God damn it. Hey, Zara, how's it going? Yeah, if you end up messing up fighting, you quickly jug a few hundred gold in health potions. Yeah. Come on, go away. There you go. It was either that or like I think I had ended up recruiting too many people at once on my second game, so it got a little kind of bloated. And my funds were quickly drying up. But now that I kind of know, like, especially what to look for and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, okay. It takes me, you know, it takes me some time to kind of get certain stuff down. Because like I said, this has been definitely outside of my normal wheelhouse for a turn-based RPG. Okay, that was weird. My OBS like freaked out for a second there because I was looking at it and it suddenly said I wasn't streaming. It was like offline on all the platforms that I'm streaming. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? So I'm sorry for that sudden like. All right, you little bastard, come here. That was weird. What? For one, how would I have figured that out? Two. Hassan says, for a moment I thought you were disgusted to find out I was Asian. I like Asian people. Certain other people that I'm a little wary of. There are certain people you just don't relax around. Asians, I've never felt that. Oh, nice. Nice little pocket of gold there. Let's see here. Cooking pot, a sturdy cooking pot that allows meals to be prepared deep underground, easing the exhaustion and hunger of dungeon delvers, slows hunger gain for all party members. Oh, whoops, there it is. Fire staff. Ooh, should I give that to her? Oh, she uses a mace. Feel like I don't know, maybe a little unsure. I don't know if robes would be better for her because armor +1, fire resist, cold resist, slash resist +5. I think I'll keep her in that. A mage. She is a priest, I believe, so not for her. Yeah. So if I have a mage, I can give that to them. Oh, hello there. Oh, come on. Spin around with a weapon in hand, slashing every single opponent who stands near you in all the cardinal directions. Oh, I should have used that with that little mushroom guy that was hanging out. Oh, well. Proclaim a hymn to the saints, spirit, inspiring allies to fight with bravery and despise the fear of death for 5 turns. While inspired, your strikes are heavier and more precise. I gotta use that more often then. Oh shit! Damn, those mutant looking things are kind of a pain in the ass. Yeah, dude, he be dead. I got him though. I brought him back. Hassan says, damn, General Kenobi has seen better days. General Kenobi. No. I was so focused on just facing off with the damn, what is it? What's this thing called? A dogger. So I was a little, damn. So this is why you gotta have that rogue. The rogues are the best for lock picking shit, not archers. Okay, that's this room. Now I'm kind of also understanding how to read the map. Servant saying, yeah, Archer has sausage fingers. No. Damn, cleaved his ass up. You found a trophy for the gate back to the camp. Yay. Ah! Nope. Stop it. Oh shit. I'm about to be ambushed. I am ambushed. Fuck me. Oh, this isn't ending well. This isn't going well. Shit! But they pinched her. Yes, yeah, they did. They're like, you know what? He's getting a little too uppity. He's getting a little too comfortable for himself. We're gonna have to do a little something about this. Oh, why did I use that on him? God damn it! Here, I'll eat her. Now I just still gotta deal with the damn mole. What was that? See, goddamn mole bastard. All right, taking out the small fry while I can. All right, that guy was a pain in the ass. 50 gold for all that? Well, at least I got my first rune. No wonder I took... On my other game, I kind of took him down a little bit easier. Not gonna lie. That was... Sarah, that was something else. Now it's like the dogs are no problem. I know, right? Hassan, he says it has no eyes. How the frick did it dodge it? And yeah, dude, being able to read the map helps a lot. It does. It really does. I don't think wait. I know this room. I've been in. Trap's been reset. Oh, shit. I gotta get my people out of here. Gonna need more health potions and shit. Oh, god damn it. You know what? Screw it. Ah. Recruits worn down. Shit. One or more of your recruits came back too battle worn to head out again right away. Wounds being knocked unconscious, and lingering afflictions like poison or bleeding all build up as they wear over dungeon delve. Past the point, they'll need a few days to recover before they can be deployed again. Shit. Rest them or send them to the healer to speed up their recovery for gold. Level 3, level 2, level 2, level 3. Nice. Okay, so I do... What was she? She's a mage. The archer's the only one still hanging in there. Oh, but he's gonna need to be taken out anyways. Let's see here. Let's recruit him. Dwarf priest. And let's request a new lot. Throw him in there. She has a lightning staff, damage 1d4 plus 2, 2d4. In this instance, I don't know which would be better. Guess I'll give it a shot, see how it goes. Oh, let me get that off of him. There we go. We'll clip that to him. Hey, Mike C. the Scat, how's it going? Saying, I ordered the Star Wars Heritage Pack for Switch on Amazon yesterday. Many great games I've yet to play. Star Wars Heritage Pack. Hang on. Let me pause that really quick. Let me see what that entails. It says the pack for the Switch. So you got Republic Commando, Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy, Jedi Outcast, Force Unleashed, both Old Republic games, and Star Wars Racer. Not a bad pack. Personally, to me, I feel like Jedi Outcast and Academy are better on PC. Republic Commando, either or, I guess. Again, first-person shooter. I prefer mouse and keyboard. Force Unleashed is, that's a good hack and slash action game. That works great for controller. Same with Star Wars Racer. I need to replay Star Wars Pod Racer or what, Episode 1 Racer, whatever. I remember spending so many hours on that game. And of course, Knights of the Old Republic, both games, Jesus Christ. Those are gonna be time sinks alone. But again, I kind of recommend PC for those just because modding is possible. But still, and I think the PC versions are better for gameplay, like mouse and keyboard. It works so well. I was watching the Melees play Knights of the Old Republic 1 on their Switch. I'm like, how the hell do you manage that shit? It feels so much. And then I think I booted up an emulator of the Xbox trying to play it. It feels so clunky with a controller. I just could not get into it. But that's me. Let's get back to the game. But again, still not a bad pack. That's a good collection of games right there. Okay. Here, we got him a hearty meal. Let's do that. Mike says, I only played Racer once. I think I played Ben Quadraneros as a joke. Yeah, I know I played Anakin. Like your party is ill prepared for a dungeon expedition. There are no hell. Oh shit. Well, game, thank you for warning me. I appreciate that. Well, let's just fucking max that shit out. I'm going to sell these, even though I don't know if I'm going to need them. There's a weird part of me that's like, I feel like I should keep them for like, but I don't know if there's crafting involved yet. So, let's get some, I'm going to need some more bandages. There we go. Otherwise, I think I'm good. Let's go back in. Thank you, game, for warning me before I went in there. Jesus Christ, that would have been bad. I'm probably weird, but to me, this thing looks like a giant Wookiee. In fact, speaking of Republic Commando, it makes me think of the Wookiees in Republic Commando. The gargantuan guardian shows no signs of aggression. He opens his eyes and casts his gaze over the party. In a muffled, monotone voice, he proclaims, when light is needed most, and darkness gathers thick about the heart, seek thou flame to the southwest, near unto the beast lair. Within the labyrinth of pain, to the south and to the east, those who tread with measured step may yet descend. See, son, is that Chewie? Chewie, is that you? Dash says, it's not a Wookiee? Fooled me. The gatekeeper's eyes close once more, awaiting the bearers of the rune stones. I need them rune stones, bitch. Trap disarmed. Let's go. Oh, nice. Oh. You're gonna be having her light shit on fire. Immolate! No, you ain't fleeing yet, bitch. Hey, 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 hey! That's what I thought. Told you weren't fleeing anywhere. Oh shit, she needs... Oh, this motherfucker's resistant. What the hell? Woo, barrel bread, let's go. Ooh. Oh shit, am I full? I'm full. Boom. Boom. She's a... So... Let's get... Oh, no. No, no, no. You wear it. No? Alright, fine. Alright, so let's swap her. Boom. How's everyone else doing? Alright. You doing good today? Great. So much bread. Oh! God damn. Damn, Blackroyd saying every day is a new adventure inside the vent. That damn vent's not... I'm not gonna outlive that damn thing, am I? That fucking vent. Bookshelf! What do you have for me? Nice. Good. Oh, I can't take that. What about that? Yes. Torg's Diary 2, Day 2. Whilst we made ready our gear, one of the nameless wretches raved aloud that some ancient prophecy forbade the delving of depths too far below. Mere folly staring did not kindle the fire of will within us, that we should cower by the hearth, quailing of the mutterings of madmen. Day 3. We set forth from the inner Grav Hollow, amid great cheers, even when folk spoke of us as heroes, seekers of our ore and of ancient hordes long lost. I beheld Hildred and the boys one final time, or the gates swung shut behind us. The first day's march passed without mishap. We made camp alongside a patrol of Sportfield clan, whose captain warned us of Craganold. Walking fungi said to haunt the caverns near Underground Lake. Alone they are slow and ungainly, yet number they pose a grave peril. We slept ill that night, yet no harm befell us. Hassan saying, Venta's love, Venta's life. Damn Blackbird, the kid certainly didn't outlive it. No, he didn't. Ah, shit. I don't know what that lever does, but it does something. Trap disarmed, let's go. Trap disarmed, let's go. No! Broke a toolkit, damn it. Do I have any? Oh, I don't have any left now. Fuck. I don't know what the levers are supposed to do. Dude saying, from what I remember, the early Phantasy Star games play like this. Do they? Those were mostly on Sega back in the day, as I recall, so I never got around to playing those. I played the later Phantasy Star Online and the later ones, but not the early ones. Ah. Screw you, dirtbag. Oh, God damn it. Yay! Another toolkit. Just not as much micromanaging, says dude. Gotcha. I think this is supposed to be more in the realm of like the early Might and Magic games. Before they had the like Heroes of Might and Magic with the more real-time strategy stuff going on, or strategy stuff, whatever. Oh, hi, doggy. Oh, bye, doggy. Oh, God damn it, I dropped it. Why can't I take the bread? I have enough. Oh. Well, that's just weird. I'll just trade. I'm not about ready to eat the fungus. You little blighter. Well, at least she gets a lot of health out of just the regular potions. I think this is where I am down here. Pray at the Shrine of Oath and gain 10 piety. Nice. Oh, sweet. Another rune. All right, we got a second rune. I didn't even get this in my other game yet. Let's see. So, yeah, I was in here. No, I was in there because I'm pretty sure the red is traps. Now I'm right here. Oh, here, let's scroll of recall. An expendable return scroll. Oh. Okay, I was right. Right in here. Yeah, I was here, moved into here, now over here. I may start making my way back to going back to home base. What the? Oh, did it? Oh, it didn't use it. Doesn't hurt to have those. Well, hello, doggies. Nasty little critters. Down you go. So that's the room with the golem. Okay. Now the thing is I'm gonna figure out where the last rune is. The two runestones glow briefly. You sense the third is somewhat close, somewhere to the northwest. Oh. So the two runes together kind of help you out a little bit there. All right, now we're basically playing like hot and cold. They're as far somewhere to the northeast. All right, I've gone too far away, it seems, at this point. Not there, there, says Hassan. I went off in this direction somewhere. Yeah, I'm in here. Oh! Well, what do you know? You know what, big guy? You're getting the MLA. Yeah, there you go. Let's fucking go. All right, so we're kind of getting close to the time that I have set. We'll head back to camp. Son, see, I told you so. You got me. You got me there, brother. Old Herd of Present is now level 2, max health 11. Level 2 plus health, max Odom and intelligence. Max health 20 plus max Odom, nice for level 3. Father Kai, the priest, has arrived in Inner Grav Hollow. Where is he? Ah, Shrine of the Oath. Blessings and covenants coming in and future updates. Father Kai's shrine can be upgraded once available. Oh, cool. How's everyone doing now? How y'all doing today? You doing good? Great. Wait, is Mike? I feel like the combat trainer should already be there. Is my game bugged? Because I know on the other game there's a guy over there, and then you can for the level ups you get to upgrade their skills, but he's not showing up. Uh-oh. Das ist not gut. Das ist not gut, no. I wish it would let me... Oh, let's see. Oh. Ah, now, okay. Okay. Gotta hire him first, says Everett. Oh. By doing the upgrade? Or is he part of the recruiter? That's a lot of... By doing the upgrade? Oh, shit. I shouldn't have been spending that gold then. Fuck! Okay, well, I've got something to work towards. And hey, I at least got the 3 stones that I need. The rune stones. So I will be able to give it to the giant Wookiee looking thing. And we'll be able to continue on. So with that, I think we will be calling it right here. Bada boom, bada bing. Well, it was a lot of fun playing some more of Dverghold. I am enjoying this game a lot. Like I said, a new flair for me. It's a lot of fun, but like I said, calling it there for today. So next time on Dragon Ball Z, we'll be diving deeper into the tomb with the 3 stones. But yeah, I don't know if I'll be doing more Halo today or not. I got some stuff that I got to take care of. And otherwise, yeah, I'll catch y'all later. And thank you all for being here. Thank you, dude, over on the Rumble side for hanging out. Much appreciated. Thank you, Hassan. Thank you, Dash. Thank you, Zaravit. Dan Blackroyd, Mike C. Scout, Real Wade Nation Gaming. I know there was more. The Joker Voice, Tehalim29. Thank you all so much, as always, for being here. And I will catch you all later. Have a great day, great night, whatever it happened to be. Oh, bye-bye. Anyways.